Hello, Share Bear. I am doing my best. I'm geared up now, and everything will take place next week. But I've been having a lot of other things I've been having to deal with, but I am blessed. I'm still standing. I hope you and your family are doing well. It's nice to see you. God bless you, and I appreciate everything. Got some good stuff going on in the background, but we doing it. We's doing it. We Hello, Sunshine. Hello, Sunshine. How you doing? Thank you for stopping in. It's totally Tuesday. What's happening? What's happening? How you doing, pretty lady? I hope everything is going good with you. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for stopping in. I hope you're doing well, darling. I've been enjoying coming over there, hanging out with you and those nice rides and that good music. I hope everything is well with you. What you got going on for this totally Tuesday? What you doing? Are you up having coffee? What is your thing, girl? What do you like to do in the morning? What you got going on, sis? I appreciate your support. Thank you for stopping by. Let's give our girl some sun. Let's see. We got to give her a sun. There we go. A smiley face sun. There we go. Archer. Sunshine Archer. Thank you so much for coming, honey. I'm sorry if I missed you. Blessings to you. If you don't mind, I'm going to try my best to go, each day to put somebody's name up for a shout out, if that's okay with you. Sunshine Archer. You let me know if it's all good, if you're still there. And if I put it up and, you don't want it up, you just let me know and I'll take it down. But I want to try to pin somebody every day. I keep forgetting to do that. But I'm going to try to keep up with it because, I appreciate you guys. Just showing a little bit of love. Shout out to Patty's Kitchen and Garden today. Hey, Patty. Hey. I guess I must have missed you, Sunshine. So I'm going to put the music back on. Hey, what's happening, Lisa? So you guys had an awesome long weekend without me. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm glad you guys had some time to chill and have fun. It's Joey's world. What's happening, sis? How you doing? How are you? How are we? Thank you so much for stopping in. I'm just chilling and enjoying this thing called life. Yes, and it's you, my dear. You guys, I dare you have a weekend without me. I dare you. I am so glad to hear that you guys had some time. It's just amazing when we can steal these moments and kind of shut the world down to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Yes. It is so nice to see you. I promise you, honey. We meet so many different people out here in the world, not just social media, but in the world. And I promise you, there's not many that hug my heart the way you do. I appreciate you, my darling. You are amazing. I don't even know how to explain it when when you are able to vibe like this on the high vibration with folks that you really rock together with. And I'm just so glad that we are here and sisters and friends on YT. I promise you, honey, it's nothing like it. It's a long ride out here in this thing called life. But for God, it's just a blink of an eye. And I promise you, we try to do the best we can with everything. And I had been praying on you with the bronchio, and you know how you've been having the cough and things like that, because I'm telling you, this is different out here. And thank you for the awesome compliment. You are amazing, my darling. So special that it was a good visit. I'm glad to hear it. I am glad to hear it, honey. That's how we do. We gotta snatch these wonderful moments when we can. You know what I mean? Because obviously, you got Keith and Joey, and when you get to extend yourself out to other people that that love you and that you love, it's a pleasant experience. You know what I mean? And I tell you, with this out here, with this life, things are getting to be where all of these, and I'm not negative. I'm just talking about things out here. You know how we do it. I don't even have to explain that to you because you know how it is. But there are so many different things going on here with. It's not C-19, but it's this. It's not the common cold, but it's this. It's COPD. It's this. The allergies. All these constant recalls on food every time we turn around. Recall, recall, recall. And that's very dangerous because in a lot of cases, people have already ingested this stuff. Cold is gone. I am hanging in there. I promise you, Lisa, and I'm glad it's gone. I promise you, I've been praying on that for you because I know that can be very annoying. And a lot of people think, oh, it's not C-19. Yeah, who wants it? You know what I mean? But at the same time, that gets to be annoying. A lot of coughing and hackling and carrying on. So I understand it 100%. And, life is lifing. And there's just so much stuff. Every time I turn around, folks keep on having, they keep having recall on foods and stuff that folks have already ingested. So you can imagine what that feels like if you got something. They just had oh gosh, I forgot the name. I really needed to ask a family member. They just had a recall on something from Walmart, one of their great value items, and every time I turn around, it's a recall. They just had. I don't know if you should be aware of those flips pretzels. They either have the chocolate or the yogurt. They had a couple of months ago. They had a recall on those, and the way they tell you, like if something happens, I bought something from Walmart before, and they try to email you like it's okay, especially if you already ingested the item. That's kind of scary. There's something going crazy here, and and a lot of this stuff is genetically modified and bioengineered out of control, honey. I'm telling you, these watermelons, listen to me, and I'm not judging nobody or telling nobody what to do and bugging out or weirding out, but I'm promising you, honey, you got to be careful with these watermelons that we buying out here because a lot of these watermelons, they say seedless, but it's not just seedless. What we know of seedless is the seedless that is, bioengineered and all that. Something's wrong with these watermelons. The only time that I've been able to get a really good watermelon is certain places. because a lot of these stores, they're not selling the real deal anymore. And I'm at the point now that I, try to make sure if I buy a watermelon, if I'm not going to a farm, we ain't got nothing growing, I try to get it with the seeds in it. Yes. Yeah, I've been telling folks, and when you talk like this, people think that you're flipping out. You know what I mean? Yes, our own food, yes. And a lot of people think that, oh, they're bugging out, they're homesteading, they got us freaked out. And no, it ain't, it's not about freaking out. It's the reality that we see and it's happening. All of this stuff is happening. I promise you, I've been getting these watermelons, honey, and I'm telling you, it ain't what it used to be. Spongy, odd color. I don't care if it's sweet as I don't know what. You know what I mean? Sweet as honey. I don't care about none of that. Is it healthy for you? What are they growing and how are they doing it? And recall. That's dangerous because a lot of times people don't know that you end up having something that's a recall on it, and then they contact you to let you know that it was a recall, and like that's it. But that's not enough. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes people don't realize that the reason why they recall it may be something that'll cause you a side effect maybe 2 or 3 weeks later or some years down the line because of what you ingested. It's not a game. And see, I'm from back in the day, the old school, where we did all of that kind of stuff like that. Everything that we had was grown. You know what I mean? If you had cattle, you raised them and fed them, the way you wanted them to eat so that you'll get a return. But now, man, this food out here is designed to, honey, take you down. It's already bad that we can't control what we inhale in the air. But everything is going down, and a lot of people think, oh yeah, C-19, oh yeah, now it's gone. Yeah, no. First of all, that's not gone, and the damages that done will never be the same. You understand what I mean? It will never be the same. And I feel like since C-19 has entered the world, it's pushed the common cold into another category. Like the common cold is kind of more like the flu. You know what I mean? It's like the flu. Like there's no common cold anymore. And then when we're getting a lot of bronchitis. We're getting allergy induced asthma. People don't realize that a lot of times folks be thinking it's one thing, and it may not be that you have asthma. And I know this in the medical field for sure, positively, not even just running my trap. When you have a lot of this time, sometimes it may be bronchitis, but a lot of times it's asthma induced by allergies. It doesn't mean that you got to have a pump all the time and bop, 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 bop. But a lot of folks have been getting diagnosed, And she says, remember back in the day, the title, yes, that was terrible. Oh, I watched that not too long ago recently with the woman that had was planning on, trying to do somebody in. And she had to go, when she went in the store, and this was a true story. She went in the store and she contaminated quite a few more, bottles of Tylenol just so that she can get by on what she did, even if it harmed somebody pregnant or if somebody gave a young child that was old enough to take a Tylenol for an ache or two. And it takes you all the way out, if you know what I mean, unlived. You understand what I'm saying? And people are not paying attention to that kind of stuff like that. We got to watch. All this stuff is telling us something out here with the world and what's happening. And, a lot of folks be thinking, well, it's the C-19 and that devastating. That is not the only thing that's been going awry. The C-19, obviously was one of the doors open to hell to me because that's horrible and it's still here. But there's a lot of things with the way the quality of it depends on, well, some people don't pay attention to it. But for me, I noticed that, and it doesn't matter because, like I said, I'm global, and we do, we go backwards and forth because I got family in the island and different places, and I've been traveling more than usual when I do for safety reasons. You know what I mean? And I've been looking at different places where I'm going at, even in the States or in the island, the difference of the sun rays, the difference of how the sun and the moon is looking now. The difference of if I'm in America, you know what I mean? Whenever I go to America and there's snow, the quality of what's in the snow from back when I used to, have snow, when I was a child, and what we have now, the texture of it, how it's staining your clothes, and sometimes your eyes get irritated when you're out. It's just different things that's not right no more. What's in the rain, you know what I mean? And it's not bugging out. This is reality. And like I said, I do some little bit of prepping, but I'm not going to sit here and flip all the way out because mentally and emotionally, I don't have time to get too wiped out with it. But we have to stay woke. You understand what I mean? And aware of what we need. Because some people are prepping, and I'm not. And please, anybody in the bushes, in the background, in the attic, with their ear to the wall, please do not think I'm judging anybody, preaching or casting out any negative. But what I know is that preference stuff, you got to know what you're doing when you do it, especially when it comes to different stuff, refrigerator wise, because I've known, and no disrespect, y'all, and it's happened to me. I've known times where you prepping, right? And they got, I racked up on some chicken and steak. I got the meat cleaned up, or however you want to do it, cut up, portioned off, and packaged up, and then you end up with a power outage for about a week, and all your meats and stuff has gone bad. So you got to know how to handle that. Also, the stuff that we have now, far as the food shelf life, canned goods, all of that stuff is not as stable. They're not making the cans like they used to before. And I promise you, because what I try to do is I try to rotate my survival kit, and I don't have no crazy nothing going on either. Just enough that I know that we can get by, and if somebody needed something from us, we would be able to spare it without falling apart ourselves as if a crisis hit in any kind of way. I don't care if it's a hurricane, a tsunami, whatever it may be. But I'm telling you, this stuff is not lasting. Do you hear me? I have been getting food, lettuce, a fresh head of lettuce that I was able to look at and see that there was no secret brown on this part or that part. And I got home and cut it open, and it was nice and fresh. And, within a day or so, it's almost fully brown, when lettuce should keep better. And I know how to store it. You know what I mean? I noticed that when I go down and rerouting, because when when we do meats and stuff like that. Let me see. She said, "You're right. I'm making Alfredo sauce from scratch tonight because ingredients in the jar are just scary." Yes, it is. People are not paying attention to stuff that's genetically modified, bio. They're not. That stuff is what can get in your body and cause things to go wrong. They even they got and no disrespect, that they got this one woman here. I'm not talking bad about nobody, but she has, and this is getting scary. She had to rely on this certain medication for like the last 5 years or so of her life, and she ended up suffering now from cirrhosis of the liver, from taking the medicine that she needed to have. And everybody, the cirrhosis of the liver is caused only by alcohol. No, it's not. You got to do your research. If you talk about this stuff, you got to know what you're talking about. And anything you say, people may go and check that out. So you got to, John Hancock it the right way. But I'm telling you, this stuff here is not working out the right way. The ingredients, the shelf life of things, even if people get stuff, is shelf canned goods and all that. That stuff is not lasting. I promise you. I remember not too long ago when I had rerouted, because when you buy meats, just say, like, if I already got a certain amount of steaks in the freezer and I know I don't need any more steaks, but I see some steaks on sale, so I'm like, I'll get it home and freeze it. You got to rotate that. You know what I mean? We all know with the Ziploc bags, and you date it and all that. We know that. But when you're putting together like prepping and stuff like that, and you got too much stuff, there's no way that I could go through the amount of can of corns if I had that many before it's going bad. I'm looking at the stuff. I went down and I looked at my first aid kit, and I'm going to be honest with you, and this is not getting everything from the Dollar Tree or being cheap or anything, and I'm not judging everything in the Dollar Tree, but I'm just saying, sometimes you get what you pay for, so you got to know how to shop when you go in there too. You know what I mean? And I've been noticing that a lot of stuff is not Tonka built. Our refrigerators, when you buy a refrigerator, living room set, this stuff is investments. You don't want to have to go get another living room set in the next 6 months. You want something that's going to be, standing still. They're making refrigerators, stoves, washing dryers. This stuff ain't standing up worth of nothing. The canned goods, I went down there, honey, and looked at my first aid kit and, my survival kit, and I'm shaking a can of green beans, and it's like a big clunk in there. And I'm like, I only had that set right there packed not even 2 years. And I'm looking at, just saying the date, I'll just make it, it says 2027, it's 2024. How is that gone? How is that dried out in a big old lunk? Then I look at the can opener I got. The can opener is rusty. Some of the batteries are corroded. This is not a game. I don't care if you're buying, the Energizer, and Duracell batteries. Something is going on here. People are not paying attention. This stuff ain't lasting. Yes, it lasted for decades, and I promise you, I have a really good, let me see, washer, dryer, and deep freezer that I bought back in 2007 after a tragic happened to my family, and they're still standing. And I know they got some good new technology, but some of this stuff ain't what it is. And I know you know what I'm talking about. Just like with these flat screen TVs, they're awesome. There's a lot of them that are good, but you get one of them old I call them bubble back TVs, honey. Those you can raise 15 generations off of those. You know what I mean? And back in the days when we used to have the TV in the middle, two speakers on the side, the 8-track and the component set, and it was wood. You know what I'm talking about. Back in the days, there's a lot of stuff that's not Tonka built anymore. It's throwaway appliances and things. We got this refrigerator here. I don't know if it was Maytag or what. Within a year, it started making some sounds. And things like that, freezing ain't freezing good and all this other stuff. And I said, when you get out here and you talk about this in the world, a lot of people think that you're spaced out or you full of drama and all that. And that, I don't understand why we can't have conversations about this thing that we call life. Just like right now, everybody's flipping out with these politics. I don't get involved in all of that. And I always tell people that I don't even have to, when it comes to politics, I don't have to agree to disagree. I mind my business. Everybody has their right to do whatever they want to do, and it has nothing to do with me and what I decide to do. Some people, Democrat, Republican, some people are independent, some people don't vote at all, and it's nobody's business but your own choice. You don't even have to let your husband tell you who to vote for. You don't have to vote all across the board, all Democrat, all across the board, all Republican. If you don't like who's in the office, you don't have to vote at all. But people get arguing and getting crazy. They're getting crazy right now with this voting session coming back around, and I don't understand why. Mind your business. You know what I mean? It's nothing to get mad about, and I promise you, I have been around where you work with people for years, and I mean really build a good rapport at work, and then some of the people you work with, co-workers that you may get together on the weekend and have a picnic or stop by, not too up in each other's business, but decent enough. And once the time to vote to come in, and that person may see you wearing a pin, you know what I mean? Wearing a pin representing who you voted for, and your friendships fell apart because the person doesn't like who you vote for, when that has nothing to do with the rapport and the relationship that you guys have built. It has nothing to do with it. That's why I don't know why people argue, over stuff. And just like with people, like far as sexual orientation, that ain't none of my business. Even if I work with somebody that, they're living a different lifestyle in that way, that's their business. What does it have to do with you, what they do in their love life? If it's your coworker, your son, your daughter, I don't judge anybody. I just mind my business. And a lot of us got to do better. That's where people are. Yes, over life. They just want to fight. Yes, and honey, I'm going to tell you, I promise you, I clocked out long time ago, Lisa. I really have. I promise you. I don't have time for it. I get on, and I don't let the news program me either. I get on and need to know basis, and that's it. I'm not going to sit here and watch, oh my gosh, they got bombed. Oh my gosh, everywhere in the world. Oh my God. Oh my, yeah. I can't do that. I can see that, if there's something out here going on that I need to take a peep at so I can donate or help out or something like that. And then I have to woosah. You understand? I can't have, up angry with the husband or the sister, the aunt and cousin. I can't. I'm not doing it. I refuse to. And a lot of people don't understand that you can protect your peace. You can protect your peace, but it's what you're allowing to happen and what you're willing to do to keep it. And I don't do it. I don't do it. I don't live with a whole bunch of mayhem. Even me with my family, if we have misunderstandings, we don't go nowhere and stay mad and slamming doors and talking crap. We may be having a conversation. Well, I don't feel comfortable with that. Well, neither do I. Well, we'll talk about it later. Okay. I'm not going to, you mother, bleeper, and hell, and I don't care who you are, how old you are. I'm not the one for it. I am chilling. And we have a right to have peace. And only you can define what peace means to you and comfort. But I know that we do need to pay attention to what's going on in the world and what you're buying. And a lot of people think, oh, I ain't got time to be bothered with that. All that stuff y'all talking about. What you mean all that stuff we talking about? Do you know what you're eating and drinking? That's all. And if you don't and you don't care, then hey, ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just talking about what I know and what I'm trying to do to stay right. It's just a conversation, and I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset. I'm not going to bed with it. I'm just living life, but I know that you have to stay proactive so that you'll know what's happening. Do you know? Let me tell you something, and I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but do you know, like when this C-19, first dropped, this was already known. Um, oh my gosh, I got a lot of stuff to tell you about sis, but this stuff was already known. But like when they really let us know, in the world, and folks really had to get out and get what they need, even if because if you didn't have everything you had in the house. And I promise you, we've been lucky enough to be pretty stable, but there is some time, and I'm not talking about when it first hit, but there has been a time that I had to go out and make some rounds, and some sad stuff I seen happening during that time too. Hey, when they put y'all in the grave, does your opinion really matter? Exactly. And you know what? I keep telling people this, and I mean this. Look here. I came in this world butt naked with nothing, and I'll leave butt naked with nothing. And when I stand in front of God, I can stand right next to Beyonce, and she's not going to be, and no disrespect to her or anybody rich, famous, orange, green, blue, purple. It doesn't matter what you are, your nationality, your race. God is not going to look at you for what color you are and how much money you got. He's going to look at your works, your heart, if your heart is pure. You can't take it with you. It's like you said, you can't take it with you. And that's why I was looking at this and I said, wait a minute now. When I went out, we went out to, because we really weren't going to go anywhere, but we had to go out, and I mean, this was after, we had a good idea of what's going on and what's bulletproof, because I walk in there with a whole plastic suit on, honey. I wasn't playing with it. But I noticed that there was several people that came to a few stores after this thing was in effect, about 2 or 3 months. They came in stores with babies, pregnant women, and they got blocked off at the door and told you can't come in here without a mask. They had no idea even what was going on. They had no idea what was going on. And see, that's the way, that you got to watch out for. It's okay not to, if you don't watch TV no more, but you need to know something about what's going on in the world. You do need to know who's representing and things of that, who's in Congress and that kind of way. But you don't have to get angry and bent out of shape and start getting crazy with it and dividing and people hating each other. That's not what all of that's about. But see, people do that. But you need to know what's going on. Stay woke. Stay awake. Because I know with me, I see a lot of stuff, and people didn't know. I kept saying, wait a minute. That girl pregnant trying to go in the store, and I wasn't judging. I'm like, well, what happened? She feels comfortable enough? But legally, they wouldn't allow you to come in anywhere unmasked. And it got to the point where I've started seeing so many people trying to go up in stores and stuff without a mask on. And they didn't, a lot of them, oh my gosh, am I going to die? I didn't know. I'm the only one, coming to the door, 2 or 3 people in the store that you're already in with your mask on. And they're standing there halfway, got through the store, and they got stopped by somebody in the store. So you inhaled whatever it is because you weren't protected, because you didn't know, because you didn't pay attention to anything. Because a lot of times when I talk to people, oh, well, I don't be bothered. I don't watch the news. I don't watch TV. That's not what I mean. I'm saying stay woke so that you can understand what's going on. You can't just live life and not pay attention to if there's war, if there's a tornado. I'm not saying sit here and go crazy mentally over the knowledge of it. But at the same time, if you don't know what's going on to prepare, where you at, they're getting ready to shut the town down or whatever, like with Texas, they had that freeze over and that water problem. If you're not trying to stay, up on what's going on, I'm not talking about brainwashing and fear and doubt. That's not what I mean. Just enough to know what you're doing, how to prepare yourself, and sit down somewhere. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand the difference of that and then overdoing it as well either, because some people are sitting by and allowing that stuff to rip them apart mentally. You know what I mean? And that's not a good thing either. And then over buying stuff too. Because I realize, like with the size family I have, how much of what I should have and not overdo it if something go wrong. You know what I mean? Or just say, for instance, if I got, for my size family, unless we're going to be destitute for a long time. With my size family, I don't need 50 cans of corn, and I'm not saying who does and who don't. I'm saying for me and my family, I don't need that many cans of corn. You know why? Because we may not be able to rotate it around enough. You know what I mean? Meaning, okay, so if you go out here, right, and you got you a first aid kit put up, and like I said, what's daunting with this is stuff is not lasting the way it should. So if I go out and I'm going to get some more cans of corns, then I'm going to bring 4 up and put the more fresher corns packed for my survival kit. But if I got that many cans of corn, they all expire at the same time, we don't eat that much corn, and then, with the grace of God, nothing happens tragic, that corn ain't good no more. I've already done been through it. I done been through it. A lot of stuff is not lasting. And and it says this shelf life is this and that, but when you open it up, you can see it dried out, it's stale. You know what I mean? It's not lasting as long as it indicates on the can. You know what I mean? I noticed that with a lot of cereals and different flour, cornmeal. We got to watch what we're doing. She says, we were lucky during 19 being informed that we are had a little extra. It's good to prepare here. Yes, see, that's good, and God bless. And I promise you, God has blessed us too, honey, by me keeping a little small pile of what I need. And I'm not talking about, going crazy. I mean, I'm proud of people that like to have, their prepper pantries and freezers, but I just know for my size family, we don't need all of that like that. I decided to go accordingly to, like I said, to have enough for me and my family and water and things of that. And if somebody, come by and need a little help, we can give them something and not starve ourselves or whatever have you. But I'm not going into it like that. I don't need all of that extra because I've already learned from doing that it's too much. You got to go and be reasonable with it. And like I said, as long as you rotate a lot of those canned goods, you're good. But if you're not going to be able to get around to those canned goods, to rotate them out, to replace, it's just they're not going to be good anymore, So look at critters. She had TP. Yes. You see what I mean? And I promise you, I had the I know it sounds kind of corny, but I made a I think I put it on. I think I got the video up, or did I put it on? I made a little video about what the options are when you don't have any toilet paper and you got to use paper towels. Make sure you don't flush them down the toilet because it's not septic safe type of stuff. And also you might have to go back to old school. You might have to cut up some rags. And this was serious during this time. You know what I mean? And a lot of folks didn't pay attention to how hard it is, when you don't have certain things that you may have taken for granted, or you just only had what you needed at the time, and you didn't know if this crisis, how this crisis was going to react and have you needing more than what you normally buy for your family monthly, weekly, or however you do it. And I'm sorry that she got caught out there like that. And I know that a lot of people were reaching out to family to send them stuff from different states and stuff like that. But the problem with that is because of C-19, they shut down a lot of the traveling and things of that. Yep, rags. Honey, I don't say it. I know. It was horrible. I know that we had got to a point where, we had went through what we had, and we had to start pulling out some paper towels. And, thank goodness we had those, and even tissue, tissue paper, Kleenex. You know what I mean? It got close. And, with the grace of God, we were able to go on and get past that hump before we ran out of that. If not, I was going to get back into the old school, because by us being grown folks, you got to figure out how to, throw that away after you clean yourself. You know what I mean? Especially number 2, you may get by, because I know a lot of people do cloth diapers for babies, and I know a lot of people that know that you can do something more with urine, as far as you got elderly parents or handicapped family members that are not potty trained or got problems that way. It's easy to wash that, but a bunch of rags with feces, it gets kind of scary. You know what I mean? It gets kind of scary. And I know about, feces with cloth diapers and things of that. But I'm saying when every adult in the house and teenagers have to use that, you got to get you an area that you can, dispose of that outside of the house. You know what I mean? And you got to find you some rags that is sensitive enough to wipe yourself with. You know what I mean? Especially being a woman, things tugging on you down there in your private area. And, you got to have the right, everything. And then when it gets to the point when you don't have no choice, you got to do what you got to do. And I know that style there. I know that style. That's why I always say you got to crawl before you walk. And I like to take a page out of the book of the many different types of struggles that I've had with family that a lot of people, it wasn't even struggles. Because, see, people get it mixed up with not having what they have. That means you're poor, And a lot of that has nothing to do with finances. It's a lifestyle. You know what I mean? Because I remember all of that cloth diapers. I remember, different stuff that when we used to have milk, it used to be in a glass bottle, nothing plastic. We had to learn how to wash clothes by hand just as good as a washing machine. Different things. It's called survival. That's why I always try my best not to forget where I came from, because anytime you have a crisis, you may have to resort back. You get stuff like if you live somewhere and it's wintertime and your power goes out or your pipes is frozen, you got to run water. You got to wash things out. And you got to know how to do that just as clean so that it's sanitized properly. And I know that I've learned how to wash clothes by hand just as good as a washing machine. So I can survive. I can make it. I know what it's like walking with a lantern in the outhouse and all of them ways of that too. It wouldn't be hard for me to make it, because I'm Tonka built from back in the day. She says we grew up with the clotheslines, honey, and then them clothes, that was the most freshest smelling. And the parents didn't put all of that stuff like we got now, Downy. I'm not saying nothing wrong. Please, y'all in the bushes, don't get mad. But I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Downy and fabric softener, but they didn't have to do all of that. Did you see how white their white stuff was? They didn't have a lot of bleach and stuff at some point back then. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of stuff that was okay without. You know what I mean? Even with my family, when I go to the island, we form assembly line of doing the laundry. And we switched positions, like one person would wash, the next person was rinse, and the next person to put it on the line. Then we switch and we do assembly line. Laboring for everybody in the entire house. Sheets, pillowcases, shirts, everything was done by hand. And I bet you any amount of money, those clothes smelled just as good as what they do now, and if not better. And they were cleaner than by hand than some washing machines can do. We just got modern technology, but some of it spoiled some of us, Honey, and that, when that laundry be on the line, and when the wind blow, you smell it. Ooh, freshness. And I am crazy about Miss Critters. Miss Angela Critters, that's my girl. I really am crazy about her. She's absolutely amazing, and I love hanging out with her in the kitchen. Truly, truly good people. That's another blessing, a wonderful person that I met out here on YT too. And I am so sorry. I don't know if I don't think I had met her at that time. And like I said, we've had a lot of family members that didn't have stuff and we had, but because everything was so tied up with the C-19, we couldn't even mail it, or send it. You get what I'm saying? Because everything was messed up with traveling, and they weren't letting people in and out of certain places, I know so many people, even, I don't know if you remember back, I'm trying to think what it was, when they had that scare going around where they didn't have, for the women that didn't breastfeed, they didn't have any formula for their babies. No formula for their babies. And some women were lucky that they had, their baby was just maybe a month or two old and they could get the milk started in their breast, even though, and I don't mean to be fresh or anything, even though they had planned not to breastfeed. Some women was lucky enough to be able to get it to lactate, get back lactating so that they would have milk for their children. You know what I mean? Because it got that bad with the milk. I remember seeing two YouTube sisters that lived in two totally different states where one sister found some formula and she halved it with her sister in another state and sent it to her because they had a problem with formula. They also had a problem with females and feminine products as well too. Yes, you remember that, right? And what about when they had the problem with the feminine products for women? That was another whole issue right there in itself. You know, they hardly had any type of stuff like that around too. That was a big scare. That's why they always say stay ready so you don't have to get ready. But don't get out here because, honey, let me tell you, they had a situation somewhere. I forgot what happened. Some main water line broke somewhere. This was a couple of years ago. And the people went absolutely AWOL, crazy out here in the stores for water, fighting, snatching water from each other in the store, going crazy all up in Walmart and all these stores over water. And I kept saying, do you see how people, when we're under pressure, how they act? And these are a lot of people that are saying praise the Lord and all these things, that they believe in a higher power, and they got out there very cruel and cold-hearted in the stores trying to snatch up everything for their family. You know what I mean? And they always say that it's better to give than receive. You know? And I tell you, we gotta come up better than what we're doing, y'all, because this thing is going down. The earth is evolving. You understand what I mean? And I'm not saying it in a scary way or weird and out or any of that. I'm being honest with reality. Life is lifing. She says, LOL, Rruk. Folks go crazy here soon as they hear. Oh, tell me about how people do that and they act like you don't have a flashlight in your house? You don't keep flashlights? Who wouldn't keep flashlights? Who don't have candles? I mean, you guys act like, you got to be told to do something because of a tragic opposed to, having yourself together the right way, period. You know what I mean? I don't understand all of that. And I know how it is, too, when people get together and get wild with it. Honey, I remember, too, back when the C-19 was going, how everybody was stripping every bit of toilet paper down, and they were acting like animals. And if you had some toilet paper, if you didn't guard over it, and you had some toilet paper in your carriage and you walked away, oh, it's gone. They had people that was walking around deliberately seeing who had an unattended carriage so they can take that person's toilet paper. It's horrible. And that shows you all these people are people that, been seeing each other and around each other. As soon as they have a tragic or something go wrong, they show who they really are. You know what I mean? Your circumstances don't make you who you are. It shows who you are. You know what I mean? It don't make you who you are. It shows who you are. So when you're dealing with trial under pressure, you see how people really, what they really are, what they're really working with, because of how their personality changed as soon as things don't go their way. And I know that people don't understand when we make statements like that, but what I'm saying is that obviously when you're under strain and you're under pressure, obviously your morals change to a certain extent, but some of the stuff that people are doing is downright horrible, or have done, because I know that we all don't know how how to react or how we're going to react sometimes to certain crises in our life. But some people really kind of weren't who they pretended to be all the while, and then when something happened, they just let it all out the floodgates, And you can't want for your family and not care about another person's family, you know what I mean? People not wanting to help each other out, and like I said, with those women in them stores that I had one of my YouTube friends that I knew from way back about 10 years ago. She has, had a young child during this time when that milk was going like that, and she was videotaping while she was in the store trying to get a hold of some formula. She was videotaping. She made whole videos of how women were acting over, going crazy to get formula. She says, "Yeah, water, canned goods, batteries. I blame." No, yep, yep, exactly. I don't understand. I really don't understand why with certain stuff like this you don't have a few of that around the house. And I've been seeing people. That's why I kept saying folks keep grabbing up these cases of water and all of this stuff in the store. And then when a crisis happened, you act like you don't even know what's going on. And then you want to take everything for you and your family. You couldn't spare a case to give somebody else's family. God's watching. God's watching. You understand? Oh no, because we need this many. But what if you have to figure out a way to share? And see, in times like that too, when it gets that tragic like that, when it comes to toilet paper and food and things of that, you have to be kind and willing to help other people out, and you also have to change your lifestyle to fit the situation. You know what I mean? If you know that you got water bottles and you going in and out the refrigerator and grabbing water bottles all day long, you know that you got a crisis right now and there's a shortage of water. So you're only going to be drinking water for nutritional purposes at that point, even though that's what water is. You know what I mean? It's to dehydrate us. But I'm just saying, you're not going to just get a bottle here. I left it downstairs. It got warm. I only sipped out of it. I threw it in the trash. But now that you see that there is no water, you see what I mean? And when you are limited to stuff, you have to put yourself on some type of regiment to say, well, you know what? I got to take it easy. I can't drink as much as I normally do because there's a shortage right now. So I'm going to do it in strive. Even when you got food and stuff, you have to ration the right way so that you. And the thing is, a lot of us got stored fat. I don't care if you're slim or not. A lot of us have stored fat that we don't have to go that crazy on stuffing something down our throat, because we have a lot of stored fat to where we don't have to worry about like we shouldn't starve to death because you're used to eating a certain kind of way, and now you got to cut down. Like, oh, I go in here and I usually make me 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches because it's a crisis and it's a lockdown and hard to find food right now. I'm upset that I got to eat 1 sandwich. It might do you some good. Maybe 2, you didn't need 2. You know what I mean? Just little things. No shade. People live how they want to live, and I don't judge anybody. I'm just running my mouth, but I'm speaking the truth. I am. I am. Because it is what it is. I'm in this life. Life is lifing. Just like with me, I got, these medical situations at hand. And I promise you, I have not wanted to have this surgery. And who wants surgery? But the thing is, you would want surgery if it's going to fix something that you're suffering from. You know what I mean? The only problem that I have is that what I need done is better to do both things at the same time. But and you mentioned something that and I'm not going to talk your business out here, but you mentioned something that Joey went through, that he went in for one thing and they found something else. It was 2 of them. I'm talking, how I'm talking. I'm not being shady. Well, I got something similar like that going on, but it's in a certain area. You get what I'm saying? That's one part of what I got going on. And I got to have 2 surgeries because I got 2 separate problems. You know what I mean? And I was going to get one and not the other, but they're saying the one that I was not going to get, once I repair the other situation, that's going to lapse. You know what I mean? Exactly. Yes. 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 Absolutely. Because if you fix one, then the other is left lingering. So I got to make sure that I just go on and get both of them done, and it's going to be like what, 6 to 8 weeks recovery. But it has to be done. And I sat here and I kept looking at, because see, this is conditions that I had been living with, well, one of them for a long time, and then the other one started happening as well too. And I kept trying to figure out how much better quality my life would be if I got this done, and the suffering that I've been going through since like maybe 2019. If I got the dates right, I might be off, so don't catch me fibbing. You know what I mean? But I've been dealing with it for a while, and I was told that there was no surgery required. You can do this and you'll be fine. And I have been doing it, and it's been a horrible experience in life because it's changed me. How I'm out working, how I live and hang around people, how long I'm in restaurants and what I do. It's been a nightmare, and and I'm grown, and we're all getting older, and I don't want to leave like this. You know what I mean? I want to have some peace, and I'm not saying I'm at no critical stage or anything, but I'm just saying I want some peace with this thing. I've been had it too long. I mean, it affects you if you intimate with your husband, all kinds of stuff. Both situations. It's embarrassing in front of other people if they knew about it, or if you have a slip. It's serious business. One of these days, when I can get you to the side, it's not to disrespect anybody else that I know on YT, but certain people, you got to watch how you tread out here with certain things of your business and things of that. I'm not ashamed of anything, but I do have, respect for myself and a certain level of privacy. But I'm willing to share it fully with you because I know you and I know your heart. You know what I mean? And like I said, I got two things going on, because one was just a problem by itself, and then all of a sudden, after having that going on, something else started happening. And once I sat down, because this started happening where it got to be a problem really bad around Father's Day here, where I knew that I got to go somewhere and get something done. You know what I mean? I got to go get something checked and start the procedure of doing something totally different than what they had me doing all this time, that's not even really working any longer. And the situation is getting worse. So, once Father's Day had got here, I started tankering down. And what I did was, during that time, to keep Rruk all going, I had family members setting up lives for me, and I had family members that were going around and saying hi to a lot of my YouTube folks, even though they may have not been able to get around everybody, or they may have not been able to answer certain questions that people may have asked in the live or not. And some people may have been able to tell that it wasn't me. You know what I'm saying? So I had to start from that point on and do some other things that I had to keep going until I could get this surgery set up and all these different doctors and stuff in place in tandem, so that I can do what I need to do. Other than that, I can't. I don't feel that it's fair to myself to continue to live out the rest of my life having this kind of problem if it can be corrected. You understand what I mean? See, when I first started with this thing, it was something that I could relate to and deal with, and wasn't too bad, and I've helped a lot of other people through it. But now, it's gotten too bad. You know what I mean? It's gotten too bad to where and it's been, when it first started happening, I was able to deal with it and be okay and manage it, but then it started getting crazy with it. You know what I mean? It started getting out of hand, where I kept saying, you know what, especially if just living everyday life. You know what I mean? I had that, and I kept saying, you know what, as long as I can do this and be fine, but what I was doing to keep it going stopped working. What I was doing to keep it going stopped working, and now it's time to do what I got to do. So I'm going in, and they're doing two procedures, but they're going to do one and then the other. Both of them got the same downtime, because sometimes people be saying, well, you know what, at least you can get the two things out of the way, at one, once, get two surgeries at one time. But sometimes that might be too much on your body, even though we want to hit it and quit it. Sometimes it may be too much on your body, but with me and my health, with the grace of God, I will be able to sustain both of them. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, well, they're going to do one and then the other. It's going to be the one doctor that does both. And I wanted to make sure that they were in tandem with all my female doctor, everybody, primary care, everybody was on deck with this. And I made sure I built a comfortable rapport, because the doctor that's going to do the actual surgery is a new doctor to me. Because when I first when I first found out about this problem, it was somebody totally different that told me what was going on. So this doctor that I got that's going to do the actual procedure is the actual new doctor. So I've been taking my time to feel good about being around this doctor and comfortable, because I don't want somebody that I don't feel that I got a decent rapport with to operate on me. Now, it's different if you go to emergency surgery and you got just a surgeon there because your doctor couldn't meet you at the hospital or whatever to do what you needed, and you had to have emergency surgery to save your life. That's one thing. But in my case, I definitely wanted to build some kind of rapport with this doctor and, do it like that. But I'm going to be honest with you. I feel comfortable with her far as her capabilities as a surgeon, but I'm not, and I'm not being shady. I'm not that type of picky person, but this, mm, I don't know how to explain this, doctor, but you're not friendly, very professional, and which is good, but you know what I mean. We got to give, bend, take, da da da. You feel where I'm coming from. So yeah. So with that being said, I basically am, just going to go on, and the thing is, I should be ashamed of myself to say this, but the thing is, I am not even necessarily scared. I just don't want it to interrupt. I don't want no interruption. I'm happy with my life. You know how that go. She says there's always a certain, yes, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Because see, this is the thing that people don't understand about a surgery. I'm gonna tell you this, and I know you already know this, Miss Lady, but I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna give you an example. I had to call to get because I have my premiums coming out with my health insurance automatically coming out, monthly. And I had to call to get something straightened out to make sure, my co-payments, everything was right. You get what I'm saying? And the lady that I end up talking to, I promise you, I called her to straighten out my premiums, and by me and her talking about that, me and her ended up clicking on the phone. I don't even know her from a can of Oops paint. We clicked so well that me and this woman was on the phone for 2 hours straight, and she felt so comfortable talking with me, and I felt comfortable talking with her, even though I didn't have to elaborate on anything medical at all. I'm just calling to get the premiums business straight up. She told me that she was 35, married, had 3 kids. She's doing her life. She's okay. And she went in to get her tubes tied, which is considered as a simple procedure. You understand? A simple procedure. And what happened was the doctor that she had did not read her charts and gave her a medicine that she was allergic to as part of putting her to sleep. And she ended up a cardiac arrest. Went in to get her tubes tied. Healthy, strong, 35-year-old woman. You see what I mean? So we don't never know. That's with these surgeries. There has to be a certain anxiety because you don't never know what might happen. What if they go in there and find something else? What if they have to come? And I'm not playing games. I'm saying it's not, oh, why, what if? Oh, hey, why are you saying what if? Because that's it. That is the truth. If they go in there and something else pops up, how do you feel? Yes, you know what I'm talking about because you told me, and I'm not going to be saying your business now, but you told me you had experience like that with Joey. He went for one thing and they found, something else. You get what I'm saying? And with that being said, you have to be able to, they have to come out of this, they have to come out of the surgery. It's not the doctor, but it may be sometimes it's the doctor, sometimes it's one of the people in the room handling a scalpel or whatever. They got to come out and say to you, well, ma'am, we're in here operating on your family member, and we found the issue, but there's another issue, the same thing in another area. What do you want us to do? You get what I'm saying? So if you get in there and say, oh, you know what, she went in there to get this, but we seen a blood clot. They can't just do what they want unless this is a life-threatening situation and you got family. So somebody got to come up to you, just say you're the family member and say, well, Michael, well, when we got in there and we operated, or Sam, Johnny, Mary, whoever it is, we found something else and this is going to cause them to lose 3 fingers. You got to make that choice while your family is under, because they're not telling you, oh, well, we can wait and do that another time and amputation. And no, we got to do it now. And you got to make that decision and live around that person because you've made that decision for them. Because when that's a serious thing, when a person goes under, you don't know. They may have an allergic reaction to the anesthesia. They may have had this anesthesia before and they may have an allergic reaction to it. They could go in there for one thing and say, oh my gosh, we got in there, we seen a lump somewhere else and this person has cancer. And we just went in to remove, the appendix. And I'm not saying it to sound weird. This is really stuff that happens on a regular basis in our lives. And see, this is the kind of conversation that I love to have with everybody. But when I talk like this, a lot of people on YT, I notice, get offended because if they pop up on the channel, or they talk about all that negative stuff. How is it negative if we just talking about, I'm discussing about how I'm feeling about a surgery? Ain't that my business to talk about it? Ain't this is what stuff that really does happen in life? That's where people get me wrong at and they misunderstand me. But there's a lot of choices to make, and I always tell people, Miss Lisa, I always tell people, make sure you have a living will. People don't pay attention to that. Everybody got a will for when they're not here. But make sure you have a living will. What does a living will consist of? Well, for me, mine is if something happened to me while I'm in my good prime of my life and I'm okay, what conditions do I want to live under and who do I want to live with? If I feel that there's certain stuff wrong with me that I don't want to live with family because it's too much of a burden on them, I want to be put somewhere, and the only thing that I ask my family to do is make sure you keep God in my life if I'm not capable myself. Make sure nobody's abusing me, and whenever you can visit, come and visit me if I feel that I don't want to be at home for whatever reason. It doesn't mean that I can't live with some family and they go off to work and do what they're doing and they got an aide and I got somebody comfortable. My sister comes over a while. My aunt, that has nothing to do with it. If I have a certain condition that I deem that I want to live with or not, well, what's going to happen? Well, they're going to go in and do the surgery. And they're saying that when this person come out, they're going to be in a vegetative state. Do you want us to resuscitate them? Yes, no. This ain't a game. This ain't a game. The living will indicate how I want to be treated. If I am not capable of psychologically sound, mentally, of making decisions for myself, don't go on and tell me what I got to have if I don't have to have it just because that's what you want me to have. She says the living will is so, and yes, come on, Lisa, you know what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying. It is very important because, see, what living will is things that could happen to you when you're alive. We don't know what could happen to us. You could be living your life every day and be perfectly fine and go out here and unfortunately have any kind of an accident that will put you in a vegetative state. And you know, you got to go to your husband or family member and ask them, well, what would she want? Seriously, this ain't a game. Ain't nothing wrong with it. This is life. This is okay. What would she have wanted? She wouldn't have wanted to live on no ventilator. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Well, we wanted to amputate her leg during surgery, and you know, she wouldn't have wanted that. You get what I mean? I have a friend that had a blister on the heel. 3 days later, in a coma from the infection. Yes. And I'm telling you, too, I seen a case, too, Lisa, that was based on a true story. And I felt it was hard. I promise you, this is horrible. And I don't want to be scary and nasty about it or anything. But this man, he was at work one day. And he ended up getting a paper cut. And, you know, he went and did a little first aid treatment and stuff like that. I think he was at work. And, you know, first aid treatment and all that. And then he got home. And, you know, he changed the Band-Aid and everything was fine. It was nothing but a paper cut. He was fine. But all of a sudden, he started having like a fever. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Then he started, you know, throwing up and not feeling well. And, you know, once they looked at the finger again, it started turning black. This man had listen to me, horrible. This man had ended up getting, I forgot what the name is, like MRSA. I think it was MRSA that had set in, and gangrene. And by the time they finished with this man, he had lost both of his legs up to his pelvic bone, both of his arms, part of his face, and his entire nose, because it was an infection that got in with that little paper cut right there and changed this man's life. And, you know, he had a wife and kids and, you know, a decent career and everything, and it changed his life forever. He had blood. Yes. He had blood poisoning, lost both legs and one arm. He survived and is alive, mentally well. Thankfully, his wife kept him on the earth because the doctors practically gave up on him. You see what I mean? So you know what I'm talking about, don't you? And you know that I got to be knowing what I'm talking about because you just mentioned that they ended up with an infection. And I spoke what I said and you typed in something similar. You see what I'm talking about? Life is lifing, honey. And the doctors and stuff do give up on you. You got to have somebody that believes. This is when we go into the spiritual realm, too, if you are a believer in spirit and God. You know what I mean? Yes. And that's what they were saying with this man. You know, every time they turn around, there's something wrong, that type of thing. And his willingness to fight for his kids and his wife and his other family members, he survived it. Other than that, he was basically kind of, hey, he could go tonight, that kind of attitude. And that is horrible when you have a doctor that gives up on you like that, when they're the ones that's supposed to be putting hope in you with, medicine. And obviously you do your part spiritually and whatever you got to do in your will and might and morals. But yeah, and that right there, that ain't no joke. That's why I keep saying this is not, you got to know that if anything happened to you, what do you want to do? Living will. You understand what I mean? Living. There's certain conditions with me, and I don't want to seem like I'm selfish, but there's certain conditions with me that I don't want to live like that, and I have to say it honestly. I'm also an organ donor as well. You understand what I'm saying? And I want that to be executed to the fullest. I don't want anybody to go back and say, "Oh, Rruk, I don't want her." We decided, and we're not going to let her, nobody harvest her organs. No, that's what I want. And it's not for me to live on through anybody else and get weird. It's to help somebody, have a life, to make their life quality better. I don't care what part they need. You understand what I mean? Because I've been blessed, and if it's my time, I have to do what God says. You get where I'm coming from. So it wouldn't be, oh, I'm going to live on and all that. No, not that. To help somebody else. Because anytime you can donate something that can help somebody else, that means they're part of the living, and that you can help. And that's basically how I feel about, being an organ donor. And I don't want anybody to go back over and say, well, she's not here, and I don't want that procedure done on her. But she said that she wanted to donate any organ that we need that she have. But we decided not to, but that's not your choice. That's not your choice. I have a living will. Even if the courts have to fight a family member that don't want to do what's said, it's what it is. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? These documents are very important. You got to make sure that you have some kind of treasury person, if you don't have anybody in the family that you can have, do things, the right way for you. You have to have somebody that, that this situation, that anything that happens, that is placed at the hospital and different places, because you may have a family member that, they may say, what, do what you got to do to save her life. But you know that if we're able to keep her alive, she's going to have to live on the ventilator. She doesn't want that. And then the family, yeah, but I don't want her. Yeah, I know. Yeah, listen, this is paperwork, because you can file that type of paperwork with your primary care and all your affairs. You can. And can't nobody stop you from doing that. The only way that somebody can change what you're doing is if nobody pays attention to it. Hello, how you doing, my buddy? Thank you for coming. Good advice. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you, and thanks for being here. Yes, yes. You understand what I mean? And it's a hard pill to swallow, but at the same time, with life is life, and it's not to be negative, but these are things that a lot of us take for granted. Even with us, we have struggled. Oh, thank you, my buddy. Just like with us in life, a lot of people are upset, and I'm going to say this, you guys, and I'm not disrespecting anybody's financial bracket or any kind of way, but a lot of people feel uncomfortable about even having life insurance on their young children. A lot of people don't want this, they feel bad to have a life insurance policy out on their child, young kids, a baby, a teenager. But at the same time, what's going to happen if something happens? Because God, brings his angels home, you know what I mean? But if that happened, you're going to be somewhere with a GoFund. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? That's not how you want this person to leave off. You get what I'm saying? So if you prepare and stay ready, so you don't have to get ready, you can have all your T's crossed and all your I's dotted. And I know, and like I said, with me, with these 2 surgeries that I got coming up, I honestly will tell you like this: whatever they got to do for me to live, I want to live, because I want to live, and then whatever condition that I may have that I didn't want to live under, I'll be able to come back, hopefully conscious enough to say, I changed my mind. I can do this, or certain things. Let me be. This is my life. You know what I mean? Even though our lives is perilling with husband, wife, kids, and stuff like that, but it's you at the end of the day. And I know so many people, and no disrespect, but I know a lot of people in my personal life and throughout the world that live these astonishing lives where they got 3 or 4 cars, and they're living the life and traveling and stuff. And then when something happens, they got a GoFund set up, and I'm like, wow! Out of all of the nail trips and the barbershop, you could have got a small life insurance policy so that you would have that in place. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you so much, Homestead. I appreciate you. And you got a lovely, lovely set of survival skills and stuff, because I was just talking about prepping and all that kind of stuff, and I always love to come to you for that. So I thank you as much as you're thanking me, and your advice is awesome as well. And thank you for being here. And I always say you got to give people a chance to be who they are. And there is certain things, and like I said, I always tell my family, like if something happened to me, no matter what it is, keep God in my life, make sure nobody's abusing me, and come and visit me sometime. Even if, I had to go into a facility, because those are my wishes. And the thing is, I do have, with the grace of God, I do have family that no matter what happens to me, they're willing to take care of me. But I have a certain type of pride about myself, and some of it might be a little foolish, honestly. But I feel that, if I just say, like, if I decide to stay in the home with family, I don't want their lives altered in any kind of way because they have to take care of me, but they should help me some too, though. I'm not ashamed to say it. I feel that they do owe me some kind of help, love, and care, but I don't want it to be too daunting where they can't flourish and do what they need to do. And have me somebody to come out as an aid if we have to have cameras in the house or whatever have you, if I feel that that's deemed for what I want to do. But if I'm not sound mind, please pray over me. Please, that's the first thing out of anything, is to keep God in my life over me. Whatever condition I am, even before anybody else, please keep God as number one in my life. Please do not fight over material things that belong to me that I have no use for, because we're better than that. We're better than that. I don't need nobody fighting over a living room set and a TV and all of that. I want you to live your best life. Don't worry about it, because, see, I'm the type of donate it all then. You may have grandma's pearls and all that going on, but if you got some people around that don't know how to act right, and I've lived in a situation like this that was horrible, where a person didn't even pass away and everybody was going through their things. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Homestead. And it's the truth though, because I watch. I promise you, I had to deal with these situations, and you would see how people get. This person didn't even pass away yet. You just know that they're in a coma. You don't know if they're gonna come out the coma 5 minutes from now, and you're raffling through insurance policy and looking to see what they got in their bank account. I don't want nobody to look at me like that. You know what I mean? That love and family is priceless. And if you got special stuff that you want special people to have, let it be an open conversation for the whole family. If something happened to me, Margaret always liked this quilt. I want her to have it. Do you guys object to it? Or do you all want the quilt? Then I'll have a pillowcase made for everybody out of the quilt. Then nobody gets the whole quilt. You know what I'm saying? Little things gets real petty when a crisis occurs. People are looking crazy for money and things like that when you have a tragic. I don't want anybody, oh, I've always liked it, that end table. Well, I'm alive. Talk to me about it. I'd say, well, listen, if I decide to get rid of it while I'm healthy and whole, or if I'm not here, Mary always liked it, the end table. Make sure she has it. But if you got Mary and John and Sam and all of them want the end table, you know what? Donate it to charity. Let's stop this madness. We're not going to do this, Yes, they sure do. They sure do, Lisa. Yes, they do. And that's why I said I want to make sure that I am in standing with a live will, not just a will when I'm not here, while I'm alive, because there's certain provisions you need to know. Just like you may be, anything could happen to you. You could get sick out of the blue, you could be in a car accident, and there's certain stuff, certain conditions you may not want to live under. And a lot of people may say it's selfish, but if that's who you are, you got to remember your life is yours. Even though you may partner with your husband or wife, you got family, you got siblings, you own, not you, but God has your soul. So they can't tell you fully of everything how to be. If you have a serious talk with your family members and you say, this is what I want, there's a way. Amen. Amen. And that's exactly what I said too. And that's another thing too. People are fighting over what you're going to put on the person for their funeral and going out of control with it. People want to turn some funerals into some kind of party. that that person may have not liked. So if you got a living will while you're alive, or you got a will when you're not here no longer, people should follow what you want. Just like if I said, well, do you want to be buried with just a decent dress on? I don't want a whole bunch of makeup on, and I don't have to have my nails done. I'm not even there anymore. You get what I'm saying? Let's don't get, oh, I wanted her to wear this dress, or I wanted him to wear this suit. But all that is not the right way to treat a person when they're passing over to the other side. And that's going to cause a division in the people that's remaining, on earth that's still alive, because they've acted a certain way at your funeral, and now they're not speaking to each other because they all went, in the wrong direction at a time of a crisis. You have to follow stuff to a T. And like I said, I always tell folks that, no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. So if you stay humble and you let people know, you don't have to get down here. Now you guys got another 30, 40 years to live, and now y'all not speaking to each other because you guys are all arguing over a dress that somebody shouldn't have worn, or a suit. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy, and that is the worst time. And another thing I notice with families, why do people love to get together and act a fool on the holidays? Those holidays, people really, first of all, people really need to give homage to what holidays are really about. First of all, she says the British military makes you do that. I heard it right. They will before going on. Amen. That's exactly right. That's a good thing to do too, Homestead, because you never know. You never know. And that's why I keep telling folks, you got to really, really pay attention to what's going on. And if you knew that person, you would know what they want, because people want to get a fool. Oh, it's mama's house, it's auntie's car, all that. Why are we upset? This is a tragic moment right now, burying somebody. Why are you fighting? Well, I need her car because they know that I didn't have a car. Well, the thing is, who's worried about that yet? We haven't even had the funeral or the wake yet. See, that shows people like true who they are, true hearts. It's different when you getting people together and they're really coming collectively, not wanting anything but trying to give you a good homecoming. You know what I mean? Whoever that may be. You don't want people, well, we wanted to have it at their house and they said no at the banquet hall. Well, the thing is, it don't got to be all of that if I decide to leave what I want behind instructions, so y'all don't have to fight over nothing. People are like they're on holidays because they want to resolve issues from the past, and they got you held captive, and they got a lot of family members, yes, Lisa, that's coming from out of town that they ain't seen in 5 years, that they got to curse out for something that happened 5 years ago. And it's sad too, because if you notice it, and I'm not disrespecting anybody, because see, I want my death to be celebrated as well as life. He says it is true, very true. And the thing is, too, you ever notice, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, just like when we speak about the vet and the military and the veterans and stuff, you want to celebrate their life and their death, but some people associate that with the party and a good time only and don't even give homage. You ever hear people when they're going around saying, he says, so I say eat, drink, sleep, you gotta go through, amen, that's right, Lisa, that's right, put some fun in there. And that's why I keep telling people that you got to pay attention to all of that kind of stuff like that, because this stuff gets to get way out of control. I mean, unnecessary. But if you are a person that has a will, can't nobody get around here and argue and do what they want to do. They have to do what you said, and if they respect and cared about you and loved you, they're going to do what you say, because it's not going to cost them anything, especially if you are the one that have all your provisions, straightened out. Because you got to look at untimely deaths. Like you may say, you know what, when I go, I want to have at this certain place, I want to have this my wake at this banquet hall. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you pass suddenly, and the money that you left behind to cover that, it may not be enough now because they done went up. You know what I mean? On the prices of booking. So then this is when the family comes in. They have to be more sensible, instead of, oh, I wanted to have white doves and I want him to have the horses and all that kind of stuff like that. And the thing is, everybody can come together collectively based for you, not them. Because see, that's when people start getting selfish. I, me. And you're the person that's not here anymore, and people are acting a certain kind of way. And I keep telling people in my life that I want you to have a healthy grieving process towards me not being here, but don't let it ruin your life, and take something positive from it as well. Because I want you to know me spiritually, not just what I made that best apple pie and my smile. There's more to me than that. There's a spiritual connection that you cannot see with the naked eye. Know that. Know me in that way. That way you will be able to feel my presence. And I'm not talking about in no kind of ghostly, weird, kind of creepy way that every time you wake up I'm sitting in the chair and all that. That's not what I mean. That's of the devil, that kind of negative, that type of thing. I'm talking about the pleasantness of, oh my gosh, Rruk would like this. Oh, these flowers remind me of her. That kind of stuff, things of that. That's how I want it. I don't want anybody to ruin their life, but I want anybody that, that cares about me and that's around me, that when they grieve me, that there's a smile on their face at the same time, that it's taught them how to love, let go, and release. You understand what I mean? Because that's very important to me, that no one destroys their life because mine is over. I don't think that that's fair at all. I don't want anybody to be haunted. I don't want this to change anybody's course of life because I'm not here now. They decided they're not going to finish college or build the house they were going to build because that loss messed me up so bad mentally that I just gave up. No, no, no. Take my strength. Take my strength and go on and soar. That's what I want to see you do. I want to see you live this life. I want to see you fly like a dove because I'm all right. I'm all right. And I keep telling people, when you make that kind of peace with yourself, there's nothing, no stone left unturned. And that's how I feel. I want it to be celebrated. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you. He said I've been a positive influence, and you have too, man, because I learned a lot about that. I'm telling you, that survival stuff that I learned from you. Listen, I came up from back in the day where we had outhouses. I know how to build the outhouse. I know how to dig out an outhouse. You understand what I mean? I know how to grow stuff, but there's some stuff that I learned from you that I wasn't even taught by like grandfathers and folks that's, 100 years old and older now, way older than you. So you've showed me a lot too, and it's all been positive because there's a lot of steps that I didn't see happen that my grandfather showed me. You know what I mean? And grandparents and other people in my family that showed me survival kit skills. So I appreciate, that's why I like to come and watch you when you do that, because it really helps me and I appreciate it. He said, yes, yes, I love it. Yes, I know what you mean. Yes. And I was raised up like that. I remember when we had to have, if you didn't get everything done by the light of day, before they could even afford to get a lantern in the house, you had to do everything while it was light outside. And then finally they got a lantern. You understand what I mean? I remember folks used to wash clothes by hand before they even had a washboard. And I keep saying too, just like and I'm not disrespecting anybody. I hope I am talking clear and precise. But I look at it like this, like I'll just say, for instance, they'll say, oh, Veterans Day is coming, right? He says, hi, I do more of the... Yep, and I feel the same way about you, sir. I promise you, because you have been bringing a bright light and educating me on so many things. She said many critters. Because if you look at it for what it's worth, just think about it. If you hear certain people, and I want to say this because I don't want nobody to misunderstand me, because I do a lot of this stuff myself as well. But this is the point that I'm trying to make about, just say for instance, if it's Veterans Day, right? Now, a lot of people are saying they want to get together and we're going to have a cookout, okay? That's all good because you're celebrating, and you're going to celebrate the people that fought and done stuff for you. You're giving homage to them. But a lot of people leave that out, and they're worried about, oh, I got to have a cookout. I got to have a cute dress. I got to get my nails done. And you haven't even given homage to people that served for you. That's where we go wrong at. We want to celebrate their death and celebrate their life and all they've done. It's not just about getting over here and getting getting a slab of ribs. or some corn on the cob. You got to have some kind of thanks and praise for these people that sacrifice for us. You know what I mean? And not just worry about the getting and the getting and the eating and the hanging, because all of that comes into play as well too. But think about them as well too. To go to the cemetery and put some flags or something on a lot of these people that's not here no more, that serve grave, and then go home and party and enjoy it. It's like all of these wonderful holidays that we have. What are they saying? He says people sleep comfortable in their beds only because man stood by. Yes, 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 absolutely, Homestead. Yes, amen to that. Yes, yes. I forgot who said that, but it is true. It is true, and that's why I keep saying a lot of people, even when we celebrate Thanksgiving, if you look at if you know if you're a believer in God and you know stuff in the Bible, if you look at what they had to eat for Thanksgiving and what Thanksgiving means, a lot of times people don't celebrate the real meaning of Thanksgiving. Folks create what they want it to be, and they don't look at what it really stands for. And you see that big word that's in there, Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. Have you said, you know what? Well, it's Thanksgiving. Me and my family, oh, we're gonna have a ham. We're gonna have a turkey. Have you ever thought about, well, you know what? Maybe we'll just have a turkey this year and donate that ham to another family that don't have any food at all. See, people are not doing that. Everything is about celebrating, and a lot of times for the wrong reasons or certain reasons only, and they're not giving them care about anybody else, or they're looking at this as just something to sit down and eat and party, but they're not really giving homage to the real true reason that we have it. You know what I mean? Like Memorial Day. You know what I mean? People don't like to separate that from veterans. They don't get it. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't care, to be honest. And that's the thing that we have to do. Just like if you ever go to the a graveyard, you can see a lot of veterans there, and nobody's visit their grave in years. You could be the one to go there, clean their grave off a little bit, and put a couple of flowers sometimes, even if it's just that once a year of of that day, or once you see their headstone, what day they died and what's their birthday. You can go and be the one that does something for that grave, because maybe the family members forgot about them, they live in a different state, or all their family members are gone. You know what I mean? You got to look at the meaning of these holidays, just like with the Easter Sunday, if you believe in God and them type of things like that. You got to look at it, it's not just a feast, but giving thanks and praise, and also getting yourself off your mind and helping other people out, because I think that with us out here as a society, we can do a lot more to help the next person out, and we only do what we want to when we get ready, or if we feel guilty. A lot of people don't do enough, because I don't know how to explain it, but I honestly feel like in the world, if everybody did a little bit, we wouldn't have a lot of the stuff that we have going on. You know what I mean? As far as these crises and stuff out here with hunger and starving, you know what I'm saying? People need to go back to the real values. Yes, because it don't seem like that nobody's care. I remember here just not too long ago of how people were just acting just over the holidays. You know how quick the holidays then came and swept through here, and Easter, and we got something going on a regular basis, and people seem to worry about more. Well, you know what? I'm getting me an outfit. Yeah, I'm going to go get a haircut. Yeah, because I got to look sharp for the cookout. You're not even giving thanks and praise to people that are not here so that you could live. You know what I mean? People are not giving thanks and praise for a lot of family members that they got that they don't even go and visit at the cemetery that served. We got a lot of selfishness here too. You know what I mean? And I think too it's good to go off the grid a lot too, because I think this modern technology, it can take you a little further sometime. And I'm not saying that I don't enjoy some of these things as well too, but I tell you, I know that if I didn't have certain things, I can survive. You understand what I mean? I can survive. When I go out in public, and no disrespect to anybody, but when I go out in public, I look around and I see everybody. I even, seen people, a lot of older people now. Everybody's glued to their cell phone. And it's not telling nobody, I promise you, I'm not preaching, I'm not judging, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. But everybody seems to have a cell phone. Even children is 5 or 6. Even if they done bought this child an iPhone that costs a couple of thousands just to play on, and then they don't have no lights. Who needs in? Exactly, Lisa. And I've been noticing that people are more worried about material things. And I just had somebody on here too, and no disrespect, somebody, a very wonderful person that was, that is not here anymore. And I didn't understand when I seen their family having to go fund for them, because I thought, because I thought I knew this person. They were grown folks. You know what I mean? A grown couple in their 50s, and they, just was recently, remodeling their house and getting a new living room set. And then they had to go to GoFund, and I'm thinking, well, honey, I didn't understand, because I think we get so caught up into having, that we don't pay attention to what we really need. See, there's a difference between need, greed, and wants. And God will always give you what you need, and He will give you some of what you want. But first off, He will always give you what you need. And we get those mixed up, and then we get out here trotting around, and before you know it, something happens and you don't know what to do. Glued to a cell phone. Exactly. Yes. And I've been watching too, and I'm not disrespecting anybody. Even, with these folks with the cell phone situation and PlayStations and kids, everybody can do whatever they want in their house, their business, and how they raise their kids. But I tell you, get the kids back outside. Give your kids a time limit on being on that PlayStation 5, 6, 7 hours. They leave going to school playing the PlayStation. As soon as they get out of school, they're not doing their chores. They're slacking up in school. Their grades ain't right, but they got a PlayStation. They got the latest iPhone. They're wearing the most expensive sneakers. Why aren't they outside playing? Have chores. Chores are not something to punish a child. It's a lifestyle. Something that they're going to carry on throughout their life. Have chores. And I always say this to folks. She says, we didn't even do fancy coffee places. We feel better helping. Exactly. And I promise you, I was talking to someone here the other day, and I told them that, all of this stuff is going to where you're not utilizing life to the fullest, because you're stuck. You're stuck. And I'm not saying just because those was back in the days, because I promise you, and no disrespect, anything that I'm speaking about that's a value in life, or something valuable, it's just as good now as it was then when I was little. We didn't have to go out here and hustle and try to sell drugs and steal. We got a paper route. We cut people grass. You shoveled. You understand? You babysat. You did things to make money. These days now, everybody wants everything quick and fast. People are worried about their hairstyles all the time, the clothes, everything. What about just being clean and your hair shampooed? Well, who's got to have everything? And the parents keep saying, well, I just wanted them to have it so that they would fit in. But why would you want your kids to fit in with a crowd of kids that wouldn't accept them if they didn't have the latest Jordan sneakers? That doesn't make sense for you to have your kids advocate for negativity and judgment and discrimination, because to me that's discriminating if somebody treats you a certain way because you don't have the newest coat like they have, or because your mother walks you to school and they pull up in a Mercedes, they don't want to be friends with you. That's not a good training. No. Keith doesn't even know how to order a mocha. You see what I mean? It's too much. I was telling somebody that I remember when I was coming up, my you know how they got all, like you said, all these fancy coffees and stuff, and the pour over and the this and that. I remember family member making the coffee in the bag, in a cloth bag. You know, you put the coffee grinds in there and you let it soak and steep in hot water in an actual cloth bag. She says, when I was 11, I went wild living camping with the whole school holiday. 6 weeks. Oh, that sounds amazing. And do you know how good it feels to be able to just live free like that? And you know, a lot of times when I showed people, like when I went to the island for vacation, they was like, you call that a vacation? That is. He said, he said, what? I said, that's how you did it. I know that's right. I love it. I love it. It is. It is. I promise you. When I show people, when I went on vacation, they're like, they vacation. It looked like you were slaving, girl. Was that vacation? And what they didn't understand is I didn't have to have a waitress or maid at my beck and call while I'm laying out, sprawled out on the beach. I went, home, island, washing clothes by hand. My hair was up in the ponytail. We were barefooted. That's vacation. Crayfish steamed by the water, by the river. You get what I'm trying to tell you? That to me is a vacation better than any paradise with a maid and somebody coming to you every 5 minutes. Just be free. Go back, give to the earth. You know what I'm saying? And when I show people that, they don't know how much of the relaxation that is than to leave from, if you're in a city with all of the noises and the craziness going on. Yes, yes, and I promise you, it was. At one of these days, I'm gonna put some clips of different times when I went to vacation, rather to be Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and different places where we travel at that we have family. But to be able to go and just be free, and when I showed some people the pictures, they'd be like, "What? You call that a vacation, girl? You was out there in that hot sun washing clothes by hands. That's a vacation?" Yes. Compared to this life, just having a quick wash machine, I respect and I appreciate new modern technology. But when you live free like that, you can walk downtown. We walk downtown and they have a cow, goat, any kind of meat you want hanging, and you can say, let me have $2 worth of curry goat. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Back in the days when you didn't have much, sometimes the water be shut off for 2 or 3 days. The sun is not the same if you're from the island than it is in the States, in America. It's a different sun beaming down. When you're out there, you out in the hot sun washing clothes, we could take the heat. It was a different type of heat. It's the environment. The food was more pure. Even if we get some food here that's sent to, from out, from the, the island, it's not, the food here is not the same because it's been processed, it's been touched. Yes, there's a big difference. And I keep telling people, even with me, one of the vacations I went on, I stayed gone a month and 2 weeks. And when I came back, I had liver spots on me because of the change of the climate. My stomach was hurting, adjusting to eating back all this processed and all this kind of food in the States. You understand what? And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just explaining this cultural stuff really means something. It's true, it's real. It was different having some food, like if I'm here and if I'm in the States, as we call America, and you have some curry goat, it's not the same as what you had that was grown in your backyard, that goat that you had from when it was a baby. You know what I mean? Tell me which field the steak lived in. Yes, yes. See, that's what I'm talking about. I remember, even living there, they didn't, when they had a house, when they have a house, they buy the whole house. They don't owe no property taxes. They own the land, everything on it. Anytime somebody passed away in their family, they were responsible for the funeral arrangements and having the plot of their own land. You understand what I mean? We had a well for water, pure as clear, tasty water. Even with that water, you wouldn't have to drink as much as we do in the States. You understand what I mean? That water is so pure going through your body. Your health was better. I have so many different people, and I'm not disrespecting anybody, but I have so many different family members that come up from different islands. And as soon as they, touch in and start getting in these ways of the city slick and stuff, they started getting problems with cholesterol, diabetic, all of these things that they never had any problems with before, and then they come in and they migrate, and a lot of them, live 2 years and they're gone because it was different. I remember when we were little, and I'm talking about the island, and I'm talking about down south Georgia. I remember when I was younger, me and my brother, we would go down. We were the first two at that time that my parents had, and we would go down to Georgia. And I remember when my grandfather, his hog, they had a little piglet, and we were looking at the piglet like it was a pet. You know what I mean? So over the years, every summer that we would go, we would see the piglet growing up with us. But one day it came time for the butcher. You hear me? Y'all understand what I'm trying to tell you? Raised, grass-fed by him. You see what I mean? By him. And that was going to be different meals. You understand what I mean? He showed us exactly how to butcher all the way down from, the 12 gauge, and I don't want to talk negative, but you know how the life is hunting and things of that, and I don't want to say nothing bad to nobody to misunderstand me, but he showed us that from scratch. He showed us how when the outhouse is full up, how to patch it up to keep it from odor and dig another one. He told us what to have on our feet when we go in certain fields so that we don't have snakes running across our feet. You didn't have hardly no houses or no neighbors on the street for miles. You barely went into town for something because you had your own. Yes, grandma was sewing and making shirts and clothes. She would go in there to buy material. She wasn't going in, Old Navy and Sears to get clothes. She was making the clothes. You get what I mean? And the food was homemade. I remember one time my grandfather was getting together and he was making up some flour. And I thought they was going to make some cornmeal or something. You know what I mean? And not some cornmeal, some dumplings or something. That's what I thought. He used that as plaster to plug holes in the house. Do you understand? The houses we had were made by solid good wood. And it was so high up off the ground that as kids, we used to go play up under the house. You see? In Jamaica, in yard, we walk down the street with a cow, a goat. We've had animals right in our backyard that roam free. People don't understand that whenever they had, when they opened up shop downtown, they didn't have any fancy shelves. They would have to unpack the clothes out of a barrel and set up. This size large, this is medium, this is small, folded up on a canvas on the ground. See, them ways is the ways that you are Tonka built and ready, strong, survival. We had times where, that there was no water running for 2 or 3 days. The water just shut off in the house. And you would have to maintain your hygiene. And we did well. So we got to harvest 3 trees to make a new woodshed. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. Oh, my goodness. See, that's what I like about you, Homestead. When I come over and hang out with you, I get to go back home and chill out and enjoy and live. You know what I mean? Because that's where it comes from. They always say you have to crawl before you walk. And I promise you, none of those times we looked at, oh, we're poor, we're struggling, we don't have. It was none of that. You know what I mean? God will give man the lumber, but he has to build the house. Never looked at it as a misfortune. I understand that modern technology is awesome, but we didn't mind that. We did not mind that. We did not mind. If obviously, we got the washing machine now and the dryer, yeah. But those days, do you know how much quality time we spent together? Thank you so much, and I appreciate you having me, Homestead. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and the thing is, you didn't care. Do you know how much time that we spent together, just like with all of us just doing the assembly line to wash clothes? That was quality time that we spent with each other, that we weren't on the cell phone, breaking our necks to go to a nail shop, sitting in front of TV 4 and 5 hours watching somebody else become famous. We bonded more. We loved on each other, and all that stuff that we would learn how to can food and that type of stuff like that. You had to go into crops and stuff. You go into crops and you get your fresh watermelon and green beans, and we pick the peas and all that. We spent time loving on one another as we prosper and prepared food and meals together. Yes, and it was the best because you were being educated, you were being loved and taught quality of life. Absolutely. We used to have so much time. I remember when times when we used to go down south. They didn't have a TV at the time, and at one point they didn't have a radio. And I remember, my grandparents, they used to sit, and this is my American family because I'm from mixed, American family. The grandparents used to sit in the rocking chairs. We used to have a natural wood fire burning, and we would sit all in the room, and they would have lanterns and stuff around, and they would tell, different tales and things about life and teaching. And we would all sit around, even my mother and them that were adults at the time, we would all sit around by the fire and talk about things that was quality. Nobody was worried about somebody getting shot and all of that kind of thing like that, murdering and hurting and carrying on. People were really, really embodying life. You got to close that all the way up. We were definitely, yeah, you have to if you're going to turn that on, right?
I ain't turn that on.
Oh, okay. So, we really lived. So, what'd you close that? Oh.
No, because I was doing an air fryer.
Oh, yeah. So, with that being said, it's okay. With that being said, all of those times made us stronger. And I got so many people that migrated up here. He says, good crawfish. Oh, yes. Yes. South Georgia, yes. Oh, yes. And in Jamaica, too. Oh, yes. Steam right there by the river. People don't know, they don't know what it's like to watch a person cook some rice on a campfire. You understand what I'm talking about? Where you can take the you built that campfire, and it cooked rice, and any kind of meal that we want to have has been cooked by the campfire, because at that time they didn't even have a stove. And when they finally got a stove, they had that wood burning stove that you have to have that metal thing to lift it up to drop some wood inside the stove, because it was a heavy piece you had to lift up. I remember when my grandmother, when she didn't have a washing machine, when she finally got a washboard. And then I remember when she finally got a washing machine, it wasn't, the washing machine that wrung out the clothes or none of that. It was an old washing machine, and, once it washed the clothes, then you have to put it was like through two pin, like rolling pins to squeeze out the water. You know what I'm saying? Back in them days, you know? Back when, like even when my mother and them, when they was coming up and they used to go to school, you would have to respect your teacher. Your teacher had a right to discipline you, and you listen. Those are times that a lot of people think that, oh, y'all were poor. Oh, those was hard times. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It's independent living. They can't fire here mostly every summer, and the taste is way different, way better than all of these big old stainless steel grills. Even better, you know what I'm saying? People don't understand that old school stuff like that. And you think that people talking about having s'mores, honey, get one of those good old campfires and have your old fashioned s'mores like they used to make back in the days. Grind meat to make hamburger, yes. And they had every part of the cow. See, whenever when you go to butcher, you butcher all of the different cuts of the different parts of the meat, what's going to be steak, what's going to be the hamburger. And they used to have that machine that you turn it, you know what I mean? And even if you ate pork sausages and stuff, you knew how to case it and everything. That's the stuff that I'm talking about, that makes you more powerful than any modern technology, because you come from the ground up. Yes, 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 yes. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. And I got a few of my YouTube folks that I met out here that live off the grid too. and they go when they go, they buy a whole cow. Every piece that you would want that is beef, they buy the whole thing. Even a lot of the folks from back, home, like in the island, they eat every part of a cow. Cow foot soup, chicken foot, they eat all of it. There is no part of the cow that's not eaten. I promise you. Every bit of it is utilized. Every piece of meat, even too when they when people when they do the hogs, they use every part of the hogs, and it was different parts of the hog that they ground it up to make the sausages and case it out. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's some good living, y'all. Strong. Quadrilla. That them times, honey. I promise you. I used to, and they used to call us city slickers. He said, in France, they call burger steak chop steak. I know that's right. And I remember too when we used to go, we'd be in the country or the island and then come back in the States. Tell me what house this one goes in. And they called us city slicker kids. With that right there. That's right. I can't see anything. Yeah, you gotta come out. Sorry, this one's been out. Oh. Because I ain't walking anything. I ain't the ones that live in the shine something great. Okay. As we started coming, I didn't know, coming to the States, and as because once we started, going to school and them kind of things, we learned different stuff. He says, my dad used to say, the only bit of the pig you can't use is the hey, yes. Homestead. Rashad them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Big dot.
Yeah, good.
I knew it.
Okay, always a pleasure here.
I confirmed it.
Go. Keep on staying classy. You too, and God bless you. Love you, sis. Love you, sis. Thank you so much for being here. I enjoyed it. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I tell you, I'm telling you. And they used to call us city slickers because we would come up here and there was different things that, we did in the States that was different than what we did in the country in the island. You know what I'm saying? So we were able to be okay with not having the stuff that we left behind because we had more fun. You have a blessed day too, love. Take care. Tell Joey and Keith I said, what's up? Hey, hey. Yeah, we had the different options because oh when we came back to the States, at some point we finally had a TV. Down there they didn't have no TV. You know what I mean? So when we go down south, we were able to be okay that we didn't have our little, little games and stuff that we had when we were in the States, and we were okay with it because we were raised both ways. And there's different stuff that you have when you come from a family of mixed race, where some of the family members have different ways they live. Like if you got some family that's Puerto Rican, or if you got some family that's Jamaican, and then you have some family that's American, they all do different things for holidays. They have different religious beliefs, you know what I mean? And you had to conform to whatever family you were around, what they were doing and what they say. So then that was a whole nother way that I learned to live. Where, a lot of my, like family from the island, they didn't like pork, like some of the Jamaican ones, you know? So all of that was a lot of awesome lessons to learn. Best of both worlds, yes. And all right off the grid, too. Right off the grid. That kind of upbringing is one of the best blessings, to be multifaceted and live life. You know what I mean? Of all different types of understandings and cultures, you know, and foods and family quality time and what we talked about and what we were taught here and there. Absolutely amazing. And have no regrets about none of it. And even with all this modern technology that I've experienced, all of it that I've experienced in being in the States and living in the States, it didn't change me from those good old ways from back home. Them days, happy, whole, and healthy. And anytime I go back, no matter what I've learned in the States, I still get a chance to enjoy just not having some of these things. Okay. Yes, it is a bonus. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, sir. You got that absolutely right. Biggest blessings is to be multifaceted like that. And those different experiences in life are absolute blessing. Those experiences in life like that, where you can be here and conform to certain things and structures in the city, and then you can just leave and go to an island and live totally different and be perfectly fine. It's an amazing, amazing blessing. And I wouldn't change it. A lot of folks don't realize a lot of times less is more. You know? And it's not too, it's not good to get too reliant on certain things that you don't necessarily need. You know what I mean? A lot of times people get caught up in too many material things. As soon as something happens, they don't know how to behave. You know, you get spoiled. You get spoiled unnecessarily. And then when that happens, you don't know how to survive. I know a lot of people that have grandkids, and they always say, when my grandkids come to my house, that's all they want to do is be on the PlayStation and the game. But you don't have to allow that. He says, I can live without it. My solar panels allow me to be blessed to talk with you. Yeah, see, you know how to utilize it properly without it being a demon. You know what I mean? No. No, it hasn't went off. Nope. You know how to have best of both worlds. You know, Homestead, what it's like. And I promise you, that old chill time is better than any time, man. I'm telling you, some of this new stuff we got is too stressful. Sometimes you gotta pick it. You gotta know when to pick it. And I had so many people that seen like videos and stuff that I brought, back from, vacation, and they say, well, how did you enjoy yourself? You got a washing machine, and if you're in the States and you rather go back and wash clothes by hand, you haven't get your nails done, you're wearing bum clothes around the house. Yes, that's the best. I have no regrets. No regrets about any of that at all. Enjoy life to the fullest. That's right. 10 p.m. here, my friend, bedtime. God bless you, Homestead. Thank you so much for coming, sharing some of your time and your wisdom. I appreciate you 100%. God bless you and your lovely family. Keep enjoying life and live it to the fullest. Thanks for coming and take care. God bless you, my friend. And I always look forward to coming over, hanging out with you, and I appreciate you stopping by. And we've spent some good quality time, and I always go over, if I miss a live, I go over and watch a couple of hours of it and enjoy it, learn, grow. Thank you and take care. I'm going to put some music on now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your friendship. I appreciate everything. Bless you and stay safe. And I definitely will see you sooner than later. Enjoy that off the grid, wonderful living. Please keep teaching us how to survive.